Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Thursday, October 23rd. The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of October will apply to all of the hearings on this calendar. As we get started in here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time. I will ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. Then I will ask the next two people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the two blue chairs right inside this door. So if you would please listen carefully for your name, move from the chair you're in now to the second chair inside the door, from that chair to the first chair, from the first chair into the courtroom. I know that is a little bit of musical chairs, but I promise you all it will make this calendar move much faster, and then everybody can get to where they need to get to after this a little bit sooner. Once you work your way into the courtroom, I will start by asking you to state your full name and date of birth. Then I will explain to you why you're here. You all have the right to the assistance of counsel in a criminal case. When you're in the courtroom, I will tell you whether the court is appointing a public defender to represent you. Whether or not a public defender is appointed for you, you always have the right to hire a private lawyer to represent you if you want to go that route. When you're in the courtroom, I will also give you the next court hearing dates and times that you'll be required to attend after this court hearing. And the last thing that we'll do while you're in here is go over whether you are legally eligible for release under Arizona law. If you are, we will talk about on what terms and conditions you could get out of custody. Two important things for you all to know. One is even if you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer and you're going to get a public defender, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom here this afternoon for purposes of your defense. The second important thing for you to know is that you have the right to remain silent, but anything that you do choose to say here in the courtroom could be used against you. So I just want to make sure you all understand that anything you say in here could be used against you at any point, and you do not have a lawyer in here this afternoon to help guide you in what statements to make or not make. So because of those things, I will strongly caution all of you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here. I encourage you all to save any of those types of statements, questions, comments for a hearing where you have a lawyer present to discuss that with quietly before you make any statements to the court that you can't take back. The last thing I'll tell you all before we get started is that all of the information you get while you're in the courtroom will be provided to you in a written document called a release order. So please don't feel like you need to memorize dates, times, information that we go over in the courtroom, but do please keep that paperwork that you get when you step back into that room. Keep that with you wherever you go from here today, because as long as you have that paperwork, you'll still have all the information you got in the courtroom. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. If we could, can I please have Brandon Mayen, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, all the way into the courtroom behind the gray podium. David Valentine, if you would please have a seat in the first chair right inside the door. Jessica Diego, if you would please have a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Brandon Moyen, January 11, 1994.
Thank you very much. It's pronounced Moyen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and do we have it spelled correctly? Is it M-A-W-Y-I-N?
That is correct.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moyen. You are here on a probation violation warrant issued by the Pinal County Superior Court. I don't know whether you have a court-appointed lawyer or not in that Pinal County case. If you do, the lawyer already assigned to you will continue to represent you. If you don't yet have a court-appointed lawyer in that case, you are entitled to one, and one will be appointed for you by the Pinal County judge at your next hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing October 28th. It will take place at 8:30 in the morning in the Pinal County Superior Court. On that warrant, the Pinal County judge that issued it has indicated that you are not eligible for release on bond. So you will be held in custody without bond at least until you see that Pinal County judge on the 28th. Do you understand that information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moyen. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
David Valentine, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Ms. Diego, if you would shift over to the first chair, please. Then if I could have Enrique Cruz in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
David Carl Valentine, 0428-1980.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. You are here on 3 different matters. The first 2 are bench warrants issued when you failed to appear at hearings. One of those hearings was a status conference in an existing felony drug case. The other was a non-witness violation hearing in a probation case. In both of those existing cases, you already have a lawyer assigned to represent you. That lawyer will continue to defend you.
I was in CBI at the moment in custody when I missed two of those court dates.
Okay.
And my probation officer notified the lawyers.
Yeah, so it does look like your lawyer filed a motion to quash one of those 2 warrants, but then a subsequent hearing was set, and when you weren't at that hearing, the court affirmed the warrant. So you do have those 2 warrants. You can talk to your lawyer about the circumstances of missing those hearings. Your lawyer can explain to you further what will happen next. But leaving this court, I will give you next court dates. So the next chance you'll get to see your lawyer to have that conversation will be on the existing felony case, not the probation case. Your hearings will be a status conference the 29th and then a preliminary hearing the 31st. On the probation case, your hearing will be October 30th, so 29, 30, 31, all at 8:30 downtown. On those 2 warrants, you have a total bond of $1,250. It's $500 on the existing felony case, $750 on the probation matter. But the third matter you're here on is allegations of new offenses. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, 1 count of narcotic drug possession, both of those are class 4 felonies, and 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, which is a class 5 felony. I did find probable cause to support the dangerous drug allegation and the unlawful flight allegation, but I did not find probable cause to support the narcotic drug allegation. I did appoint a lawyer to defend you against those new allegations. Your next hearings in that case will be on all the dates and time, well, all the dates of your other hearings. So on the new case, you will have a status conference the 29th and then a preliminary hearing the 31st. Those hearing dates are going to match your existing felony case. The one difference is on those new allegations, because the allegations supported by probable cause are felony offenses alleged to have been committed while you were on release in that existing felony drug case. On the new case, you're not eligible for release on bond. That remains true at least until you have an evidentiary hearing. That hearing will be October 30th, so the same day as your probation hearing, but the evidentiary hearing will be in the afternoon at 1:30. So you will not be eligible for release on bond in any of these cases, at least until you have that evidentiary hearing October 30th. On October 30th, if you are given bond or released on this new case, then you could look to posting your bond if it still stands on the 30th in the other cases to be eligible for release on all 3.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any questions, Mr. Valentine?
No, I don't.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jessica Diego, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Isaac Guerra, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jessica Laney Diego, October 1st, 2007.
Thank you, Ms. Diego. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of conspiracy to commit discharging a firearm at a residence, 1 count of discharging a firearm at a residence. Those are both class 2 felonies. 1 count of conspiring to discharge a firearm at a non-residence, 1 count of discharging a firearm at a non-residence, both of those are class 3 felonies, and 1 count of solicitation to commit discharging a firearm at a residence, that's a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference October 29th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing October 31st. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $75,000 cash-only bond. If you post that bond prior to your release from custody, you will be affixed with an ankle monitor for electronic monitoring. If you post that bond and you are released on that ankle monitor, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims, co-defendants, or witnesses of any of the underlying allegations. You are prohibited from possessing any weapons. You could not consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription, and you would be strictly ordered to comply with the terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment, if any have been served upon you or are later served upon you. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Diego. You can step back and get your paperwork. Enrique Cruz, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Brendan Vanderwilt, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Enrique Cruz, 8/11/2000.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. You are here on 3 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated assault, which is a Class 2 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings on that new allegation will be a status conference October 29th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing October 31st. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I have received a written recommendation from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office in this matter requesting a $50,000 secured appearance bond. I have also received a written victim impact statement from the family of the alleged victim in this case, detailing both the emotional and physical toll that the alleged allegations in this case have taken on that family. Based on a combination of the alleged facts in this case, the victim impact statement, and the written recommendation from the county attorney's office, I am going to impose a $50,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you cannot return to the scene where the underlying alleged events took place. You could not have contact with any alleged victim or any of the alleged victim's family members. You would be prohibited from having contact with any children under the age of 18 unless another adult over the age of 21 is present. You could not possess any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. The other 2 matters you're here on are both failure to comply with court terms warrants. One issued by the Moon Valley Justice Court on a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license case. The other issued by the Tolleson Municipal Court on a misdemeanor driving under the influence case. On both of those misdemeanor warrants, you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of release conditions. Those lawyers will be appointed for you by the next judges in those cases at your next hearings. Your next hearing on the Moon Valley warrant, the driving on a suspended license one, will be an arraignment hearing October 28th at 8:30. Your next hearing on the Tolleson DUI warrant will be an arraignment hearing November 3rd at 8:30. On each of the misdemeanor warrants, you have a $50 bond. So your total bond will be $50,050. It'll all be secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, in addition to the restrictions on the existing case, you're also ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if, in fact, you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand all of that information?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. You can step back and get your paperwork. Isaac Guerra, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jeremy Franklin, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Isaac Guerra, 08/23/2003.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession for sale, that is a Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 3 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, which is a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support the aggravated assault allegations, but I did not find probable cause to support the narcotic drug or the misconduct involving weapons offense. I did determine that you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, and I've appointed one to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference October 29th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing October 31st. Both of those will be at 8:30. They'll both be in the Superior Court downtown.
That's the courthouse downtown?
It's the courthouse downtown. Yeah, you'll have the exact street address of the court in your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay, on the aggravated assault allegations, you have a $50,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged events took place. You could not have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. If you are released from custody, you are prohibited from possessing any weapons, and you could not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Brendan Vanderwilt, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Antonio Andrade, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Brendan Vanderbilt, 11/07/2006.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderwilt. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of aggravated assault and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving weapons. They are both Class 6 felonies. I did find probable cause to support both of those allegations, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference October 29th and then a preliminary hearing on October 31st. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the location where the underlying alleged events took place, and you could not have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. You also could not possess any weapons if you were released from custody. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderbilt. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Jeremy Franklin, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Cynthia Duncan McKeon, if you would work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jeremy Franklin, 5/18/1996.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, which is a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference October 29th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing the 31st. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that allegation, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons and you could not consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. If any orders of protection or orders against harassment have been or are later served upon you, whether or not you're released from custody, you would be obligated to strictly comply with the terms of those orders. Do you understand those conditions?
One question, Your Honor.
Sure.
I am currently in the process of working. I know you didn't mention me being able to get out today, but I was wondering if I had the opportunity to have OR release.
So it's not so much a matter of opportunity or not. It's a matter of the court weighing the statutory factors and determining release conditions. So here's what I'll tell you, Mr. Franklin. I reviewed the factual allegations in this case provided to me in a document called a Form 4 by law enforcement. In those factual allegations, law enforcement alleges that there appears to have been some sort of underlying domestic issue that did not result in any charging. So it looks like the reason law enforcement was originally contacted had to do with some sort of domestic disturbance or domestic offense, which is what led them to allegedly initiate a traffic stop from which you allegedly fled. Okay. So in reviewing those factual allegations, I then compared, or I shouldn't say compared, I then reviewed your criminal history. A review of your criminal history indicates you have 2 felony convictions. Both appear to be domestic violence related convictions. So that gave me some concern about the safety of the community. I also received a written recommendation from the county attorney's office in this case requesting that I impose a $10,000 secured appearance bond. The county attorney's recommendation is based on their perception that, again, based on your criminal history, prior felony convictions, you pose a public safety risk. So when all of the statutory factors that I'm considered to review match up to the facts and your criminal history and the recommendations here, all of those factors weighed in favor of bond. So that's why you have to post that bond in order to be eligible for release. So
Last question. Could I post the bond today or do I have to wait till?
No, you can post that bond. You could post that bond as soon as you walk back into the jail if you wanted.
Perfect, okay.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
All right, thanks, Mr. Franklin. Antonio Andrade, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Caleb Gomez, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Antonio Andrade, 12/2/85.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrade. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a new misdemeanor allegation. That allegation is 1 count of driving on a suspended license. You're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer on that new allegation at a minimum for purposes of release conditions. That lawyer is going to be appointed for you by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing October 28th. It will be at 8:30 in the East Mesa Justice Court. On that new misdemeanor allegation, you have a $50 bond. The second matter that you're here on is a felony probation violation warrant. In that case, the petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3, 4, 13, and 15. I did appoint a lawyer to defend you in that probation case. Your next court hearing in that matter will be a revocation arraignment hearing. That one's going to be at 10:30. Sorry, it's going to be on 10:30 on October 30th at 8:30. October 30th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On the probation warrant, you have a $500 bond. So your total bond is $550 for both cases. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. And if you are released from custody and you don't have a valid driver's license, you could not operate a motor vehicle. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Andrade. You can sit back and get your paperwork. Cynthia Duncan McKeon, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Gladys Cuevas, if you would work your way to the second chair, please. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Cynthia Aslan, Duncan McEwen, 8/15/99.
Thank you very much. You are here on 2 probation violation warrants. In both cases, petitions to revoke your probation allege that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in both cases. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing. It is scheduled for October 30th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On these 2 warrants, you have a total secured appearance bond of $750. It's $500 on one of the warrants, $250 on the second. So again, total is $750. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Duncan McKeon. You can step back and get your paperwork. Caleb Gomez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Nicholas Moya, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Caleb Gomez, 2001, December 21st.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3, 5, and 7. I appointed a lawyer to defend you in the probation proceedings. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment October 30th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $100 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gomez. You can step back and get your paperwork. Gladys Cuevas, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Shelley Bassett, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Gladys Cuevas, May 24, 1990.
Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of criminal damage. It is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing November 10th. They will both be at 8:30, both in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. That means you would get out of custody without having to post a bond. Upon your release, you would be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. You would also be ordered to contact pretrial services once you're out of custody. You would get their contact information in a packet with your release paperwork. You probably wouldn't be able to reach them today. I think they'll probably be closed by the time you're cleared and out of here. So first thing tomorrow morning, please use that packet to give them a call. Once you are out of custody, you cannot return to the scene where the alleged underlying event giving rise to this charge took place. You also could not have contact with the alleged victim. If those orders in combination mean that I'm ordering you not to return to your primary residence, you would be entitled to 1 civil standby. That means you could go back to that location 1 time after you're released in order to retrieve any personal items you have there that you might need between now and at least your first hearing on November 6th. Upon release, you would also be prohibited from possessing any weapons or from consuming alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. You would also be required to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection, if any are served upon you. Do you understand all of those conditions?
My kid, can I take him with me though? Because I am going to go pick up some stuff.
Why would you not be able to?
I know, I'm asking you.
The alleged victim in this case is not one of the children, correct?
No.
So yes, I'm not prohibiting you from
Okay.
having contact with your children. I'm not prohibiting you from taking your children. If those children are children that you share with the alleged victim and you feel it is necessary or appropriate to have a conversation about where the kids are going to go or when they're going to be exchanged, just please make sure that you do that through a third party. If you have a friend or family member that you could say, hey, alleged victim, I'm going to take the kids from now until Wednesday. You can pick them up from Aunt Julie's house Wednesday at 5. If you need to make those arrangements, you still can't contact that alleged victim directly. So please do that through a friend, family member, or one of the children, I suppose, if they're of age that they could make that communication.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Nicholas Moya, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jesus Hinojos, if you would work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Nicholas Moya, 3/22/1991.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, that's a class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to support the paraphernalia possession and the criminal trespassing. I did not find probable cause to support the narcotic drug allegation. I did appoint a lawyer to represent you, so you will have a public defender going forward. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing on November 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30. They'll both be in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, so you would get out of custody, and then you would be responsible for getting yourself to both of those next court hearings. Upon release, you would also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions, Mr. Moya, and do you agree that you'll abide by them if you're released without a bond?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Shelley Bassett, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Giovanni Mariscal, if you would work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Shelley Bassett, 22673.
Thank you, Ms. Bassett. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Kyrene Justice Court. It looks like the underlying allegation in that case is a criminal trespassing misdemeanor allegation. Because that underlying allegation is a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer.
Yeah.
What that means is if you want a lawyer to represent you in that case, but you don't already have one, you will have to hire a lawyer at your own expense. Your next court hearing on that warrant will be an arraignment hearing. It is scheduled for November 12th. It will be at 9:30 in the Kyrene Justice Court. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance, which means you would get out of custody, but then you would be responsible for getting yourself to the Kyrene Justice Court November 12th at 9:30. Once you're out of custody, you would also be ordered not to return to the scene where that underlying alleged trespassing offense took place, if you know where that is.
It was the highway.
Okay, so then don't go back to that highway. And then also upon release, you could not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand that information, Ms. Bassett, and do you agree that you'll abide by it if you're released without a bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jesus Hinojos, if you would work your way into the courtroom, please. Kelly Wilson, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jesus Hinojos, 13084.
Did you say 9:30 or
1:30, yes,
okay,
I'm sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. You're here on a direct complaint warrant. So what that means is a warrant was issued for your arrest after a written document called a direct complaint was filed alleging a new allegation against you. The allegation in that direct complaint is 1 count of dangerous drug possession. It's a class 4 felony alleged to have been committed December 22nd of 2023. I have appointed a lawyer to represent you in that case. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th and then a preliminary hearing November 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. So you would be released from custody and then you would be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. Upon your release, you would also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions, Mr. Hinojos, and do you agree that you will abide by them if you're released without a bond?
Yes, I do, Your Honor, and I
Okay.
agree.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your
Thank you.
paperwork. Giovanni Mariscal, if you would work your way into the courtroom. Patrick Gendahayo, if you would work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Giovanni Mariscal, 9/18/2006.
Thank you, Mr. Mariscal. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of criminal speeding and 1 count of reckless driving. They are both Class 1 misdemeanors. Because those are misdemeanor offenses, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. That means that if you want a lawyer to represent you against these allegations, you will have to hire one to represent you. Your next court hearing will be an arraignment hearing November 6th. It will be at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Encanto Justice Court. I do intend to release you on your own recognizance, so you would be released from custody and you would be responsible for getting yourself to the Encanto Justice Court November 6th at 1:30. Upon your release from custody, you would be prohibited from operating a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. If you do have a valid driver's license and you operate a motor vehicle upon release, you are strictly ordered to comply with all of the rules of the road, including the listed speed limits. Do you understand those conditions, and do you agree that you'll abide by them if you're released without a bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Kelly Wilson, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Shelley Davidson, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Kelly Wilson, 12/1/66.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You are here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th and then a preliminary hearing November 10th. They will both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I do intend to release you on your own recognizance on these allegations, which means as to these allegations, you would be eligible for release. You would then be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. And upon your release from custody, you could not return to the scene where you were arrested, and you could not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand all of those conditions,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Wilson? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Patrick Negendahayo, if you would work your way into the courtroom. Frederick Allhands, if you would please work your way to the second chair. All right, sir, I apologize if I butchered your last name, but could you please give it to me and tell me your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Patrick Gendahayo, born July 1st, 2004.
The first N is silent.
Yes.
Gendahayo.
Nge.
Gendahayo.
That part.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gendahayo. All right, you are here on 2 different warrants. One of them is a failure to appear warrant issued by the Kyrene Justice Court on a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license allegation. The other is a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license warrant issued by the Highland Justice Court, also apparently for failing to appear at a hearing. So 2 different cases involving the same allegation, one pending in the Highland Justice Court, one pending in the Kyrene Justice Court. Because both of the allegations in each of these matters is a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer on either case. So if you don't already have a lawyer working with you in either of those cases, but you want one, you'll have to hire a lawyer at your own expense. Okay. Your next court hearing on the Highland case will be an arraignment hearing November 6th at 9 o'clock in the morning in the Highland Justice Court. On the Kyrene warrant, your hearing will be an arraignment hearing November 12th. That one's going to be at 9:30 in the Kyrene Justice Court. Yes, sir.
I also missed court for this morning.
In what court?
Mesa Court.
Okay, I will not see you. If the Mesa Court issued a warrant for your arrest because you missed that hearing, that's not something I would see you on. Mm-hmm. It's possible that MCSO knows about that. There might be a Mesa City hold on you if that's the case. So I intend to release you on these warrants. If you have a Mesa hold, that might hold up your release. They might keep you until Mesa takes you down to see you. I don't know.
Oh, no. I was just court. I went to my first court date, and the other victim didn't show. They just rescheduled it, and then I was supposed to go today, but I got arrested last night.
So what I'm saying is when you were not in court this morning, it is possible that the Mesa judge issued a warrant for your arrest. I don't know whether or not that happened, but if that happened, MCSO might have a hold from Mesa for you that I would not know about. Okay. So I intend to happened, but if that happened, MCSO might have a hold from Mesa for you that I would not know about.
Okay.
So I intend to release you on these 2 warrants, which means you would get out of custody on these 2 warrants, and then you would be responsible for getting to your hearings on the 6th in Highland, on the 12th in Kyrene.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is once you go back into the release process, it's possible MCSO will tell you, hold on, you can't get released quite yet because Mesa is going to have to come and see you or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on with the Mesa case, but whatever's happening in Mesa is not something that I would know about or see, but MCSO might know if there's a warrant.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Shelley Davidson, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Samson Haku, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please? Name and date of birth, please.
Shelley Davidson, July 9, 1960.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. You are here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing November 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30. They'll both be in the Superior Court downtown. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance on these allegations, so you would get out of custody, and then you would be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. Upon your release, you would also be prohibited from possessing or consuming any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions, Ms. Davidson, and do you agree that you'll abide by them if you're released without a bond?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Frederick Allhands, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
Fred Allhands, 09/15/1958.
Thank you, Mr. Allhands. There's an S on the end, right? All hands?
All hands, yes.
Okay, thank you very
Just
much.
with spams.
Okay, it sounded like you said all hand, so I just wanted to make sure we have it correct.
Yeah, there is an all hand, but mine's all hands, and yeah.
Okay, and you're 9/15/58.
09/15/58, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Allhands. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, which is a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed a public defender to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference November 6th, and then you'll have a preliminary hearing November 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I do intend to release you on your own recognizance on these allegations, so you will get out of custody, and then you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of your next court hearings. Upon your release from custody, you would be prohibited from consuming any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions, Mr. Allhands, and do you agree that you'll abide by them if you're released without a bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Samson Haku, if you would please work your way into the courtroom.
Hello.
Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
My name is Samson Haku. My date of birth is 01/01/1989.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haku. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of dangerous drug possession, which is a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation. Your next court hearings in that matter will be a status conference November 6th, and then a preliminary hearing November 10th. Both of them will be at 8:30. They'll both be in the Superior Court downtown. The second matter you're here on is a probation violation warrant. In that case, a petition to revoke your probation alleges that you have violated terms 3 and 5. I also appointed a lawyer to represent you in the probation case. Your next hearing in the probation matter will be October 30th at 8:30 downtown. In both of these matters, I do intend to release you to the supervision of your probation officer. So you would get out of custody. Upon your release from custody, you would be responsible for getting to all of your next court hearings, the 30th, the 6th, and the 10th, October 30th and November 6th and November 10th. You would also be ordered not to possess any weapons and not to consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Once you're out of custody, you would also be required to make contact with your probation officer within 3 days. So once you're out of custody, your 3-day clock starts ticking. So if I were you, I would make that call to my probation officer the first call I make when I get out of custody. Okay, any questions about your release conditions?
That'd be it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hockley. You can step back and get your paperwork. All right, number 25 on the calendar, Flor Edlin Bentacourt Garcia, date of birth 1989, is not in the courtroom because she was unable to function in general population due to combative behavior. She is here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke alleges that she has violated terms 6 and 7 of her probation. I appointed a lawyer to defend her. Her next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment October 30th at 8:30 in the probation court downtown, and she has a $250 secured appearance bond on that warrant. If anything changes after I visit her cell side, the court's final orders regarding the conditions of her release will be reflected in her written release order. That concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m. Which one is being canceled? Liz Carmona. Okay, what number is that? Liz Carmona. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Hold on, just remind me.
Yeah.
The first two is,
Oh, shoot. I just reorganized.
you guys can do like that, Documate? Come on. I organize or other here. Wait, need refreshing, like, if you want to refresh them, you send back to me.
How do I just?
The middle arrow. A little bit more to your right.
This one right here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we have 2. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5 p.m. IA initial appearance calendar. It is October 23rd, 2025. The court notes that the orders regarding fingerprints and the taking of DNA evidence that were issued on the first calendar of this month remain in effect for today's calendar. I will be calling, yes.
You'd like me to interpret that part?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ok, damas y caballeros, esta es la comparecencia inicial de las 5 de la tarde para el 23 de octubre del 2025. Las órdenes judiciales de huellas dactilares y pruebas de ADN que se hicieron el 1 de este mes corresponden para todas las audiencias agendadas.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter. May I have Ricardo Bracamontes, please?
¿El señor Ricardo Bracamontes puede pasar, por favor?
Sí.
And I'll interpret simultaneously now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Hola.
Hello.
Sir, may I have your name and date of birth?
Ricardo Olmos Bracamontes, 16 de abril de 1978.
Ricardo Olmos Bracamontes, April 16, 1978.
Mr. Bracamontes, you are here on two separate matters. The first matter is a matter that includes 3 new allegations of crime. Those allegations are armed robbery, a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to all 3 of those allegations and has appointed you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th in this matter at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. Both of those matters will be held downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter. Your release conditions include the following: a $15,000 secured appearance bond. If you are able to post bond and are released, you have very important release conditions, which all will be listed in your paperwork. Among them are you are not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You're not to possess any weapons. And you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. The second matter that you are here on is an arrest warrant on a direct complaint of a case that includes a charge of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. This is out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. The court has appointed you an attorney in this matter. In this matter, you have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, both at 8:30 a.m. at the courthouse downtown. In this matter, you have a $50 secured appearance bond. If you're able to post that bond, you have a list of other release conditions that you must abide by. All are listed in your paperwork. And so that is all we have to go over. So if you step to your left, the officers will give you that paperwork.
Sí. Tengo una pregunta
Okay.
de la segunda la cita que tenía, no tenía información de ese warrant, no tenía idea de ninguna manera de que tenía esa orden de presión. Disculpe por no haber asistido a esa. Quisiera tener más información de qué fue esa cita que tuve yo que...
Déjame interpretar, señor. On the second appointment, I didn't have any information about that. I had no idea. I didn't have any clue that I had an arrest warrant. I'm sorry for not being able for not assisting, but I had no clue that I had that second appointment. I would like more information about what that is about.
Pero sí quiero arreglar todo lo mejor que pueda. Tengo 6 hijos y mucho trabajo que hacer en sketch ahorita. Pero quiero pagar todo lo que se tenga que pagar lo más mejor posible. Si tuviera oportunidad yo de poder estar que pudiera estar yo afuera para poder pagar todo esto, pues los problemas. Pero como sí tengo mucho trabajo, muchos hijos, tengo 6 hijos yo que tengo que mantener y mucho trabajo. Si me dejaran en libertad provisional para poder pagar. Es todo.
I would like to fix all this. I have 6 children. I have a lot of work. I have a lot on my schedule, and I would like to pay all this as best as possible. I would like the opportunity to be outside, to be able to pay for all this, to try to figure out all these problems. I do have a lot of work. I have 6 kids. I have a lot of work, and I would like to be able to be released like on probation.
Okay. So as far as your question about the warrants, the county attorney's office issued a direct complaint for that possession of dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia case. When they filed that direct complaint, that's when they requested that a warrant be issued. So when you do meet with your attorney, they'll be able to give you that direct complaint, and you'll be able to discuss your options in that case. As far as your release conditions go, I understand, sir, what you are telling me, that you have dependents that you have to take care of. The court is obligated, in considering release, to consider such factors also as safety and protection of any alleged victims and the community. That is why there is a $15,000 secured appearance bond that is placed in the new case involving allegations of armed robbery. Sir, I would just like to caution you. So the court's made its decision about release conditions. And as far as saying anything else, I'd like to caution you that you have the right to remain silent. Okay, so anything that you say about these allegations today could be used against you.
Sí. ¿Cómo pudiera yo arreglar el nuevo cargo? Si le puedo decir, si nomás en la tienda saqué unos dulces.
Momento.
No.
Déjame interpretar, señor. How can I fix the new charge? How do I fix the new charge? At the store, I only took a couple of candies.
Y nunca tuve una arma yo en ningún momento.
Let me stop you again, okay? Again, that's where, I have to remind you that you have the right to remain silent. This court cannot give you any legal advice. The only thing I can tell you is that you have your next hearing coming up in less than a week. You can talk to your attorney about both of these matters. Okay? Thank you, sir. If you would step to your left, please.
¿Voy a poder salir?
Am I going to be able to be released?
Thank you. Step to your left.
Por
Thank
favor.
you.
Please.
May I have Gustavo Palencia?
Gustavo Palencia?
Sir, please state your name and date of birth.
Gustavo Adolfo Pax Palencia, 14 de noviembre de 1989.
Gustavo Pac Palencia, 11/14/1989.
Sir, you are here on one new matter. That matter involves 4 new allegations of offenses, including 2 counts of driving under the influence as Class 1 misdemeanors, 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of extreme driving under the influence, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to all of those allegations, except for the allegation of aggravated driving under the influence, which is the Class 4 felony. The court has appointed an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. Both hearings are downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the court is setting the following release conditions. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you post that bond and are released, you have several other very important release conditions, so please read your paperwork so that you know all of them. They include no possession of drugs without a prescription, no possession or consumption of alcohol, and you are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid license. Thank you so much, sir. You may step to your left and get your paperwork. We have Amanda Price.
Your Honor, I'm assuming those are the only 2 cases, right?
They are. Madam Interpreter, thank you so much for your assistance.
Thank you. The interpreter will be disconnecting. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and date of birth?
Amanda Lynn Price, 592.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Price, I have you before me on one matter, okay? It involves a new allegation of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. The court has found probable cause as to that allegation and has appointed an attorney to represent you. You have the following hearings. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. You have an evidentiary hearing on October 30th at 1:30 p.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. All of those are downtown.
Yes.
The court's records indicate that on the date of offense of this new allegation, you are on felony release in another matter. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona law, this court must hold you non-bondable.
Ma'am, I haven't violated any terms of any release condition that I've had, and I have sentencing next week for them.
Just give me 1 minute, okay? So again, just like I said before, I'm going to caution you, to remember your right to remain silent. The court does see that you are pending sentencing.
I have got family court as well.
Give me 1 minute, okay? And I see that that's on October 28th, okay? That is the felony case that you are on release for.
Yes, ma'am.
And the date of offense of this theft of means of transportation, it is an allegation right now, but it occurred while you were on felony release for that case.
Okay, but
therefore, please don't interrupt me. Pursuant to law, this court has no discretion. Pursuant to law, you must be held non-bondable, okay? Now, the evidentiary hearing that you have on October 30th, is specifically to address this issue. And you'll be able to meet with your attorney, and in fact, your first hearing is the day before, on October 29th. You can discuss this issue with your attorney. But for today's purposes, again, the court has no discretion. Okay, thank you. Ethan Galvin Lopez. Please state your name and date of birth.
Ethan Galvan Lopez, 10/18/02.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Galvin Lopez, I have you here on two separate matters. The first is a matter involving allegations of new offenses, including the following: 2 counts of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, both Class 2 felonies; 1 count of armed robbery with a weapon, Class 2 felony; 2 counts of aggravated robbery, both Class 2 felonies; 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, Class 5 felony; 1 count with tampering or destroying evidence as a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to all of those allegations and is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. Both are downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the court is imposing the following release conditions. The court is imposing a cash-only bond in the amount of $100,000. If you are able to post that, there are many very important release conditions that apply, including not returning to the scene of the crime, not to have any contact with the alleged victims, with any complainants, witnesses, or co-defendants, not to have any contact with any of the arresting officers, not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a prescription, any alcohol, and not to drive without a valid license. In the second matter, I have you here on a Superior Court probation violation warrant. So, by virtue of the new allegations, you do have a Term 1, which is an allegation of new charges, a Term 1 probation violation petition. Now, in that matter, the court is holding you without bond because the court finds that you are likely to be revoked on that probation case to prison. In that matter, you have an attorney appointed to represent you, and you have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Both of those are on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. downtown. Thank you, sir. You may stretch your legs.
So for the new charges, I'm non-bondable, but
So for the probation violation case, you're non-bondable.
Okay.
For the new charges, you are bondable. The biggest term of that release is the $100,000
right,
cash
but there's no
bond.
point of paying that because I'm non-bondable.
Can't give you any legal advice, but you are non-bondable in that probation violation matter.
Okay. And another question, do you know, like, how long would they, like, for me to go to prison?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Okay, thank you. Have a good morning, all right? Have a good night.
George Cervantes.
Good morning.
Please state your name and date of birth.
George Emmanuel Cervantes Jr., 6/30/94.
Thank you. So I have you on one matter. That matter contains several allegations of new offenses, including 1 count of possession of narcotics for sale, Class 2 felony, 2 counts of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, both Class 2 felonies, 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, 1 count of money laundering or concealing proceeds of crime, a Class 3 felony. 2 counts of misconduct involving weapons, possession by a prohibited person, those are Class 4 felonies, and 2 counts of the possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Those 2 are Class 4 felonies. The court has found probable cause as to all of the allegations except for the count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony. 1 of the counts of possession of dangerous drugs for sale, Class 2 felony. And the count of money laundering, which is a Class 3 felony. But on the remainder of the allegations, the remainder of the 6 allegations, the court has found probable cause. The court is appointing you an attorney and is setting the following hearings: a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. Both are downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the following release conditions apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. If you post the bond and are released, you have to abide by the release conditions, which include not having any contact with the arresting officers, not possessing any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, and not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Thank you. You may step to your left and get your paperwork. May I have Isaiah Gary, please? Please state your name and date of birth.
Isaiah Gary, 2005.
All right, Mr. Gary, I have you here on one matter. That matter includes 4 allegations of new offenses, including 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of assault is a Class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. The court has found a probable cause on those allegations except for the count of aggravated assault as a Class 4 felony. So the court has found probable cause as to 3 of those allegations. The court has appointed you an attorney and is setting the following hearings. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the following release terms are applied. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you post bond and are released, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services under the electronic monitoring unit. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You are not to have any contact with the alleged victims or witnesses. You're not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. Okay. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything. All right, those are all of your release conditions. Everything is written down. You can get that from the officer. Okay, thank you. May I have Jesus stand, please? May I have your name and date of birth?
Jesus Cabrera Sainz, 10/18/2006.
Thank you.
Mr. Sines, I have you here on one matter. That matter involves one allegation of a new crime. That's an aggravated assault class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause as to that allegation and is appointing you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. Both of those will be downtown. You're eligible for release in this matter, and the following release terms apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you post that bond and are released from jail, you'll be released to pretrial services, and you will have an electronic monitoring unit. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to have any contact whatsoever with the alleged victims, any witnesses or complainants or arresting officers. You are not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, any alcohol, and you are not to drive without a valid license. Okay? Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you.
May I have William Melvin? Just give me 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Could I have your name and date of birth?
William Carl Melvin, 10/28/89.
Okay. Sir, I have you here on 3 different matters. The first involves allegations of new offenses. Those include possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a class 4 felony, possession of a firearm during the commission of a drug offense, a class 4 felony, carrying a deadly weapon and failing to disclose to a law enforcement officer, which is a class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, also a class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause as to each of those allegations and has appointed an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the following terms apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you post bond and are released, please make sure to comply with all the remaining release conditions, including not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, nor any alcohol. The second matter that I have you here on is a Superior Court, a Maricopa County Superior Court probation violation warrant. This is for a case involving a conviction of possession of drug paraphernalia, and you are alleged to have violated term 1 of that, and that is an allegation that you accrued new charges. So the new charges at question would be the ones that I just referenced, okay? In this case, you are eligible for release. The following terms apply. The $1,500 secured appearance bond. If you are released, you have a series of release conditions. Many of them are similar, including no possession of weapons, any drugs, or any alcohol. In your third matter, you're here on another Superior Court probation violation warrant. This is for your case involving the underlying conviction of possession of narcotic drugs. It's a class 4 felony. You are alleged to have violated term 1 in this case as well, which is an allegation that you have new charges while on probation. In this case, you are also eligible for release, the court is imposing a $1,500 secured appearance bond in this matter as well. And the same release conditions will apply. In your probation violation matters, the court has appointed you an attorney. In those matters, you have the following hearings. You have a probation revocation arraignment hearing and a possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. downtown. Okay? So you'll receive the paperwork and you'll be able to see exactly the specific release conditions and court dates for each one of those matters. So make sure that you carefully look that over. Okay? Thank you. May I have Jonathan LaRoque, please?
I'm sorry, who is it?
Jonathan LaRoque. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jonathan Paul 5/21/95.
Thank you. So I have you here on one matter. It involves 9 allegations of new offenses, including possession of marijuana for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession of dangerous drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession of narcotic drugs for sale, a Class 2 felony, possession of a weapon during the commission of a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, the use of an electronic device in the commission of a drug transaction, a Class 4 felony, possession of weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause on all of those allegations except for the allegation of possession of narcotic drugs for sale as a Class 2 felony, and the use of an electronic device during the commission of a drug offense as a Class 4 felony. But on the remaining allegations, so again, the court did find probable cause. The court has appointed you an attorney. The court is setting a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. Both of those are downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the following terms apply. The court is imposing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you post the bond and are released from jail, please make sure that you're familiar, that you know, and that you abide by all of the release conditions. Okay, so those also include not having any contact with the arresting officers, not possessing any weapons, any drugs without a prescription, or any alcohol. Thank you. Justin Burnsworth, please. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Justin Bernworth, 5/28/82.
Thank you.
Correct.
So you're here on one matter. That matter includes 2 allegations of new offenses. They are assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to those allegations and has appointed you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter, and the following release conditions apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services with an electronic monitoring unit.
Okay.
Your release conditions also include, in order that you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, you're not to have any contact with the alleged victims in any manner.
Okay.
You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. If the scene of the alleged crime is your residence, the court is authorizing a one-time civil standby from law enforcement for you to retrieve your personal belongings. Other than that, without further order of the court, you're not permitted to go back to that residence.
For now, okay, sure. Is there anything we can do? I'm sorry, go ahead. What you finish?
That's actually, I was just double checking.
Is there anything we can do to lower that cost on the bond at all? Because I am going through bankruptcy and I don't want to look foolish, doing that to the family, because my daughter's moving this weekend and everything else. So I don't want to impede what she needs.
I understand, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand, but no, the court's bond is what it is.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. May I have Kim Thompson, please?
Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Thompson, will you please give me your name and date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Keon Thompson, 12/16/1993.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, you're here on 4 separate matters. The first matter includes allegations of 2 new offenses, including possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and carrying a deadly weapon and failing to disclose that to law enforcement as a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to both of those allegations and has appointed you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, both at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You're eligible for release in this matter. The court is setting the following terms: a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000, no possession of any weapons, any drugs without a valid prescription, any alcohol, and not to drive without a valid driver's license. The other 3 matters that I have you here on are all probation violation matters, okay? So the first matter, number 34 on the calendar, is in your case CR 2021-142512, all right? In that probation matter, you are alleged to have violated Term 1, and that's by virtue of the new allegations in the matter that we just went over, okay? In the second probation violation matter, that's for case CR 2022-006855. Again, you're alleged to have violated Term 1 of that probation. And the final matter is a probation violation in your case CR 2024-141499. Again, you're alleged to have violated Term 1. So the allegations for all of those probation violations are allegations of Term 1 violations, okay? You are eligible for release in each of those 3 probation violation matters. In number 34, on the calendar, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In number 35 on the calendar, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and in number 36 on the calendar, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So, Mr. Thompson, in your new matter, your bond is $5,000. In each of your probation violation matters, that's an additional $500 bond. So, in total, on all 4 matters, you have a bond in the amount of $6,500. Okay. I read you the court dates in your new matter. you'll have separate court dates for your probation violation matters, of which the court appointed you an attorney as well. On those probation violation matters, you have a probation revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. Okay? So you're going to get paperwork. It's going to specifically state for each 4 of the matters what your release terms are, including the corresponding secured appearance bond, as well as the court dates for each of the matters. You know it gets a little bit confusing, so please make sure you take a good look at your paperwork. All right? Thank you. May I have Hugh Orta Williams, please? May I have your name, please, and your date of birth?
Huey Harvey Orta Williams, January 25th, 1993.
Okay, sir, I have you here on one matter. This is an out-of-county arrest warrant from Yuma Justice Court. That case is for criminal littering. The judge or the justice at the Yuma Justice Court, when they issued the warrant, they requested a bond in the amount of $2,500, an amount deemed necessary to ensure your appearance at future court hearings. You have a arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. That's at the Yuma Justice Court. All right. So typically, given the nature of offense, you would not be entitled to a court-appointed attorney, but I have appointed you one for the issue of bond. All right. So that attorney can help you with the bond amount. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Jose Davalos. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jose Davalos, November 9, 1993.
Thank you so much. All right, you're here on a Maricopa County Superior Court arrest warrant. That's an arrest warrant on a direct complaint, which includes 2 charges, one of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The court is appointing you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, both at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You are eligible for release. The following release terms apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. All right. You're not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a prescription. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I have Lewis Smith? Hello, may I have your name and date of birth?
Louis Smith, 11/24/2000.
Thank you. You're here on one new matter. And that is a probation violation warrant. Okay, so this involves a case with an underlying conviction for taking in prohibited articles while in custody. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 5, and 7 of your probation. The court has appointed an attorney for you, and you do have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release in this matter. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you post that bond, please make sure that you follow all of your release conditions. Thank you so much. May I have Beata Hall, please? May I have your name and date of birth?
Data Hall, 9/16/1990.
Okay. Ma'am, I have you here on two matters. One is a justice court warrant out of the Santan Justice Court. That is for a case involving one count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of disorderly conduct, also a Class 1 misdemeanor. The justice from Santan Justice Court, when they issued the warrant, they requested a bond in the amount of $680. This court is affirming that, okay? Typically, for this type of case, you are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney. However, because there is a bond amount being set, the court is appointing you an attorney to represent you on the bond issue.
So even I was victim in this case, that was my house.
Just give me 1 second, okay? So I want to caution you that you have a right to remain silent, okay? And you know, anything that you say here could be used against you. You have a arraignment hearing in that matter on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. That's at the Santan Justice Court, all right? If you do, actually, other release conditions include not having any contact with the alleged complainant or witness. In your second matter, I have you here on another warrant out of the Santan Justice Court. That is for a case involving 2 counts of driving under the influence, both Class 1 misdemeanors. The court is appointing you an attorney in this matter. You have an arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. That also is at the Santan Justice Court. In this matter, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $680. Okay? The court dates and the specific release conditions, including the bond amounts for each case, are going to be clearly written in that paperwork, okay? So please take a look at it.
So I have to go to jail now if I don't have to tell the release with you?
You are eligible for release, but to be released, you first have to fulfill those bond requirements, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have Dustin Sire? Dustin? Dustin? Is that what you're asking for? Yes. Skip and go one, and then we'll bring it back. Sure. You got it all. Oh, okay. Johanna Gomez Pena. All right, please state your name and date of birth.
Joanna Gomez, 10/31/1991.
Thank you. Ms. Gomez, I have you here on 2 separate matters. So the first matter is a Justice Court warrant out of El Centro Justice Court. That's for a case 1 count of driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 1 misdemeanor. You have an arraignment hearing at the El Centro Justice Court on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. The following terms apply. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Because the court is issuing a bond requirement, I am appointing you an attorney for purposes of the bond issue only. I have a note from the El Centro Justice Court that you have several failures to appear, which is likely why they requested the bond in the amount of $500. So I would encourage you to attend your hearings and take care of these issues, okay? In your second matter, you're here on a Maricopa County Superior Court probation violation warrant. That's for your case involving the underlying conviction of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. You are alleged to have violated terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation. The court has appointed an attorney for you and is setting a probation, revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You're eligible for release in this matter. The court is setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You have other terms of release, so please make sure that you review your paperwork and comply with all of the terms and attend your next hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have Sean Jones? Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy. Okay, thanks. So may I have your name and date of birth?
Sean Jones, 0125-1994.
Thank you, sir. I have you here on one matter. It's a Superior Court arrest warrant on a direct complaint for 1 count of aggravated assault as a Class 5 felony. Sir, are you currently serving a DOC sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're eligible for release in this matter. Now, you won't be released because you're on a DOC hold. But the court has imposed a placeholder bond in the amount of $50 in this probation violation. I'm sorry, in this new matter. That's so you can begin accruing time served on this new matter. All right?
Okay.
So you do have that. Again, we call it a placeholder bond. I've appointed an attorney for you. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st both at 8:30 a.m. downtown. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
I have a question. I was served this warrant and seen a judge in Yavapai County. He set the $50 bond, and I believe it was posted before, but the day after I did get sentenced to go to DOC. I just wanted, because I haven't heard anything about it. I do understand I have the detainer, but I've never heard anything about any further matters going on for court for it. So I was just wondering. And when was the next court date again? I'm sorry.
Sure. So I don't know anything about your Yavapai County case, okay? I'm sorry, I might have said it wrong. When I was in Yavapai and I got sentenced for what I'm serving now, I was served an arrest warrant for this aggravated assault case, and I had posted that $50 bond. My brother actually posted it for me, but I haven't heard anything else from that case. Is there any? I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. Just, you had asked about your next court date, which it's October 29th at 8:30 a.m. So in just a few days. So make sure to mention that to your attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, Dustin Gomez.
Would you just say prior?
Oh, sure. Is this,
No, that's the wrong.
may I have your name and date of birth?
Dustin Gomez, January 28, 1986.
Thank you. I have you here on one matter. That matter involves allegations of two new offenses. One is possession of narcotic drugs, and the other is possession of drug paraphernalia. The court did not find probable cause for either of those allegations, okay? So that means that you are being released. The court cannot hold you or impose any release conditions without a probable cause finding. Now, you do have future court dates, okay? You have to make sure that you attend these court dates. They are a status conference on November 6th and a preliminary hearing on November 10th at 8:30 a.m. downtown. And the court is appointing you an attorney because even though the court doesn't find probable cause today, that doesn't mean that the county attorney's office won't file charges, all right? So, you have those court dates. You will be released, but you have to go to those court dates, and you can talk to your attorney about next steps, okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Dustin Sire, please. All right. So may I have your name and date of birth?
Dustin Randall Sear, 8/24/2000.
Okay. Sir, I have you here on one matter. It is a justice court warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court for a case involving one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Your next hearing is on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. at the East Mesa Justice Court. You're eligible for release with the following terms. You have a secured appearance bond.
So I'm not getting out?
Well, you have a bond in the amount of $500, okay? So before you get out, you have to post that bond, all right? You are not entitled to a court-appointed attorney for the entire case, but I am appointing you an attorney to address the bond issue, all right? And all of that will be on your paperwork. Thank you. We have Sergio Dominguez. We have your name and date of birth.
Sergio Dominguez, 10/13/75.
Okay. Have you here on one matter. It is an allegation of a new offense of shoplifting, a Class 5 felony. The court has found probable causes to this allegation and has appointed you an attorney. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m., both downtown. You are eligible for release under the following terms. The court is releasing you on your own recognizance. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to have any contact with the alleged victims, any complainants, witnesses, or officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have Andrevion Ball? May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Andrevion Ball, born July 22nd, 1992. Man, 1999.
Okay, thank you. I have you here on one new matter. It involves new allegations of 3 offenses. 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree, Class 4 felony. 1 count of recklessly damaging property as a Class 6 felony. And 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to all 3 of those allegations and has appointed you an attorney. You have a status conference on November 6th and a preliminary hearing on November 10th Both are at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You're eligible for release under the following terms. You will be released, no bond required, but you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services. You're not to go back to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact whatsoever with any victims, witnesses, or complainants, okay? All of this is going to be written down for you, so make sure that you review your paperwork. All right?
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Right.
Thank you. All right, may I have Therese Friend? Hello.
I don't understand it.
Well, she's going to explain it. Just needs you to read it. All right, ma'am, would you give me your name and date of birth, please?
Therese Red, 12/10/72.
Okay. Ms. Friend, I have you here on two matters, okay? The first is, it's what we call a fugitive of justice matter. That just means that you have a warrant from another state, all right? That warrant is out of the state of Minnesota, all right? You have a second matter, and on that matter, you're here for a bench warrant, so a failure to appear warrant that issued out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. That's on your case involving 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In your matter, out of Maricopa County, I've appointed you an attorney. You have your next hearing, a status conference, or you'll have a next hearing. In your Maricopa County case, you're eligible for release under the following terms. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, right? No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. So that is in your Maricopa County case. Now we have to go through a special process or a special procedure for your Minnesota warrant, all right? So, did the deputies give you a laminated placard of information? No, okay.
No.
So they didn't give you anything to read?
No.
All right.
Sister. Just that. Yeah. Oh, that's what she's talking about? Oh, yes, that.
Okay, all right.
She did give me that.
Okay, she gave that to you. Did you have a chance to read that information?
Yeah, but I don't understand it.
You don't understand?
I'm not.
Okay.
Not good at understanding things.
Okay, that's okay. Listen, so I'm going to just really briefly describe to you what's going on, and then I'm going to set your next date, all right? So like I said, a warrant for your arrest has been issued by the state of Minnesota, and Minnesota has indicated that they want you back in Minnesota to address that, all right? In that case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000, all right? So this is the Minnesota case. In that case, at some point, you will have to make a decision about how you want to handle that matter, all right? So you can choose how you want to handle the extradition back to Minnesota. You can voluntarily go back, all right? And if you decide to do that, then you would be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow Minnesota to come get you. That 30 days does not start running until your probation violation matter in Maricopa County is dealt with, all right? So you can choose not to fight the extradition and waive your rights, and Minnesota would have that time frame to come get you. On the other hand, you have a right to contest or fight the extradition, all right? And if you did that, you will have a hearing set, and in that hearing, you could request that before you are transported back to Minnesota, that both Minnesota and Arizona go through the full formal legal processes of extradition, which includes having the governors of both states sign the warrant before you are extradited. Now, you could make a decision today as to which way you wanted to go, whether you wanted to go through the full extradition process or whether you wanted to waive that. You had indicated that you read through the card given to you by the sheriff and that you didn't understand the information, correct?
Right.
Okay. So, ma'am, I'm going to make a finding that at this time, you're simply not in a position to waive your right to an extradition hearing because I believe that you don't understand what your rights are and that you need some time to think about that.
I don't understand.
All right. So we're going to set is that the fugitive from justice? Okay. So we're going to set a fugitive from justice initial hearing on November 3rd at 1:30 p.m. All right? So let me just finish this paperwork for you, and we'll get you on your way. All right. So I want to So I just want to give you a brief recap, okay? You're going to receive paperwork for both matters. You have your probation violation matter out as Maricopa County Superior Court, okay? You're going to have an attorney appointed for you on that matter. You're going to have a hearing set in that matter, and you have a $500 secured appearance bond in that matter. In your Minnesota matter, you're going to have your initial fugitive of justice hearing where you can further consider what you want to do in that matter, all right? And in that matter, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's our note taking a little bit.
Leonard Moreno. All right. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Leonard Moreno, 31198.
Right, you're here on one matter. You're here on an arrest warrant on a direct complaint involving one count of aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony. Give me just 1 second. Something on that one. I'm sorry. All right, the court is appointing an attorney for you. You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. I understand that you have a DSC hold because you're serving a sentence in another matter. In this matter, you are eligible for release. You won't be released because you're being held by DSC, obviously. But in this matter, your release terms include a $10,000 cash bond, no contact whatsoever with the alleged victims, any witnesses or any complainants, and no contact with the arresting officers. Thank you. All right, that concludes the 5 o'clock calendar. We're off the record.
Where should I put this towel? It's just sitting on the floor.
Just fold it up and have you used it up?
No.
And fold it up and just set it somewhere.
All right.
Thank you. Be seated. Be seated, thank you. Counsel first. I think that's number 27. Oh, perfect. Okay, is there anything I need to do with my screen? Do I need to get Teams up and running, or is it already up?
Sometimes it's preference to the commissioners. Some of them don't pull Teams. If you want, you can pull your Teams.
Just as long as everything is set up for on his end. Okay, perfect. Okay, this is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for October 23rd, 2025. The court notes that the orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were made on the first calendar of this month remain in effect for today's calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to be as efficient as I can, and I will call each one of you individually into the courtroom, so please just listen for your name. And we're going to start with number 27 on the calendar, Justin Otis. And Mr. Feldman, can you hear me?
I can. Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening. All right, so let's start with you, Mr. Otis. Will you please give me your name and your date of birth?
Justin Michael Otis, and 09/16/2007.
Okay, and Mr. Feldman?
Thank you. Good evening, Your Honor. Adam Feldman for Mr. Otis. He is present in custody. We waive any formal reading of the charges or the group advisement.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Otis, you are here on one matter involving 4 new allegations, okay? The court is inclined to find probable cause as to those allegations, with the exception of the allegation of aggravated assault, serious physical injury. Mr. Feldman, would you like to be heard on probable cause before I make that finding?
No, I agree with Your Honor. That was the only count that I was going to contest, short of any additional findings, a broken nose and a undiagnosed and unidentified head injury. does not rise to the level of serious physical injury. But other than that, I'm not challenging probable cause.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Otis, I am not going to appoint you an attorney. I note that your attorney, Mr. Feldman, has entered his notice of appearance, so we will copy him on today's orders. As far as release conditions go, Mr. Otis, you are eligible for release, and counsel, I will let you know what I'm inclined to order as far as release conditions go, and then ask if you want to be heard. I did receive the state's recommendation, Mr. Otis. They recommended a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. Okay, so I took everything into account and tried to balance the serious nature of these allegations and the need to protect the alleged victim in the community, and balance that with the fact that I see you have no criminal history, no history of failures to appear. And in weighing all of that, my inclination is to impose a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000 and pre-trial supervision with electronic monitoring if bond is posted. Counsel, do you want to be heard or make any argument?
Please, Your Honor. I have no objection to the pretrial services. I don't think electronic monitoring is necessary, so I would encourage the court not to consider that. I am asking that the court not impose a bond, whether it be secured appearance or cash, but it sounds like you're inclined to secured appearance, for the following reasons. He is not a flight risk. He is born and raised in Arizona. He is a student, a senior at Hamilton High School. He lives with his mother next door. He has his grandparents. He has tremendous community support, ties to the community. As you said, he has no criminal history, no failures to appear. He only recently turned 18. I understand the $10,000 idea because it sounds like two of the co-defendants also received that bond. However, Mr. Otis does not know this individual. The other individuals were older than him. He was with them. And so while this is serious, this is a non-dangerous offense. This is a probation-eligible offense. And I know Your Honor is familiar with the likely standards or policies within the county attorney's office. It is likely he would receive some form of a supervised probation resolution if he doesn't receive something even more favorable. For that reason, it's more important that he be released to pretrial services without bonds so that he can return to school, promote his success, and demonstrate his sincerity in his respect to the court. He's not a risk to the community. He's not a risk to the victim in this case because he doesn't know the victim and never knew the victim. His mother is fully aware of the situation at hand, as are his grandparents, all of whom are taking this very seriously and will ensure that he appears at all court hearings. So for those reasons, Your Honor, I'm asking that he be released to pretrial service, no electronic monitoring, and no applicable bond.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Mr. Otis, I think your attorney made several very good arguments, and I certainly understand where you're coming from. However, I am going to order a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. Okay, those arguments that were made just affirmed to me that the court does have grounds to order a secured bond that is much less than what the state recommended. Okay, so your release conditions are as follows: the secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you'll be released under the supervision of pretrial services. And before you leave the jail, they will install an electronic monitoring unit on you. Okay? Very important. Other release conditions include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, not having any contact with the alleged victim, any witnesses, any complainants, or any of the arresting officers, and also no contact with any of the co-defendants. Do you understand?
Yes.
No weapons, no drugs without a prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. The court is setting a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st. Both of those are at 8:30 in the morning, and they're downtown. All of this, your release conditions and your next court dates will be on your paperwork, okay? Mr. Feldman, would you like to add anything?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Otis. And Mr. Feldman, we will disconnect from you.
Okay, and your staff will email me the release orders?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Can I have Gerardo Ortiz, please? I'm sorry, Gerardo Ortiz. Okay, could I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Gerardo Ortiz Jr. My date of birth is 11/03/2000.
Okay. Sorry, I have you here for one matter. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have you here for a Superior Court arrest warrant. It is on a matter involving 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. Both are Class 4 felonies. The court is appointing you an attorney to represent you in this matter. And you have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, both at 8:30 a.m. in the courthouse downtown. You are eligible for release in this matter. Your terms of release are as follows. A secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, right? Other terms of release will be listed on your paperwork. They are going to include that you not possess any drugs without a prescription and not to drive without a valid driver's license.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
I also have some paperwork to show you, Your Honor, just so you could see that I was trying to. So I was currently incarcerated.
Okay. Stay right there.
If you can just show me. And then I'd received my diploma yesterday as well from Bedrock Prison.
I'm happy to hear that, Mr. Ortiz.
Okay.
And what I would tell you to do is you have a status conference coming up in less than a week, okay? Give all of that paperwork to your attorney so that your attorney, if the two of you decide, can present that to your trial court judge. I am unable to accept any evidence or consider any evidence as this court is only charged with addressing release conditions, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I understand.
Thank you.
What about me trying to get the warrant situated? Since I was incarcerated at the time, and I was notified about this around August.
So you will be able to, you'll be able to address that at your first hearing.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have Jerry Kindle, please? All right, may I please have your name and date of birth?
Jerry Darling Kindle, 12/26/71.
Okay, Ms. Kindle, I have you here on one matter. Okay, it is a out-of-county warrant from Graham County, and specifically the Safford Justice Court. This warrant indicates that you failed to appear in a hearing involving a case of obstruction and aggravated assault, right? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you in this matter, and you have an arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. I believe your attorney will be appointed by Graham County on that day or right before that day. You are eligible for release in this case. Your release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. You're not to return to the scene of the crime or have any contact with the alleged victim, witnesses, complainants, or arresting officers. No possession of any weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. Okay. Thank you so much. You can get your paperwork. Can I have Angelica Miranda? All right. Can I have your name and date of birth?
My name is Angelica Maria French, 1/3/77.
Just give me one moment. So, Ms. French, I just want to try to clarify a discrepancy that I have on my end. I have your name as, your last name is Miranda.
Correct. That's my previous last name. I've remarried.
Okay, and did you legally change your name?
Yes.
You did. All right. And Deputy, with your identifying information from the fingerprints, is it coming up on your paperwork as Miranda or French?
So I'm Miranda.
You have Miranda. Okay. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Yes, Miranda.
Okay. All right. There's you here for two matters, all right? The first one is a arrest warrant on a direct complaint out of Maricopa County Superior Court, and that direct complaint alleges 2 counts of aggravated DUI, both Class 4 felonies, all right? The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, both at 8:30 a.m. at the courthouse downtown. You are eligible for release, and your terms of release include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000, not to initiate any contact with arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol, and no driving without a valid driver's license. Very important is, there are other release conditions, so make sure that you review your paperwork, that you understand your paperwork, and that you keep it, okay? The second matter that you are here on is an out-of-county warrant from Pinal County, okay? And that is for 2 Pinal County probation violation warrants, all right? So in that matter, I am appointing an attorney for you. You'll have a different attorney, one that's in Pinal County, obviously for this one. And you have an arraignment hearing in this matter on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release in this matter. Your release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000, no contact with any of the arresting officers, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid driver's license, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? Thank you. Larry Hemphill. May I have Larry Hemphill? Yeah. He's on. When did he just right now? Okay. Can you let him know that we already called it and okay, I can recall it and who's the county attorney? All right, and so that's number 27. Okay, the court's going to briefly call, just hold on for me for 1 second, sir. I'm so sorry. I'm going to briefly recall number 27 on Justin Otis. The court notes that I called that matter first on the calendar, and we did complete the initial appearance. However, I understand Mr. Garcia, that you are present for the state on that matter.
Correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, I neglected that we do need to motion to seal the Form 4, if that's still a possibility. Your Honor, would it help if we recalled at the end of the calendar? I did reach out to the attorney, Mr. Feldman, to get his position on if he has any objection to sealing the Form 4.
Okay. And did you get a position back from him?
Not yet. I just sent out the email.
Okay. Would you mind if we recalled it? That's really the only thing that I'm, hesitant to get his position.
I understand. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, can you please give me your name and your date of birth?
Larry Hemphill, 5257.
Okay. So I have you here on two matters. The first matter is a probation violation case out of Maricopa County. It's for an underlying case involving a conviction for possession of drug paraphernalia. You are alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I am appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release in this matter. Your release conditions will include the following: $750 secured appearance bond, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a valid license. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Right? In the second matter, we have another probation violation warrant. This is for your second case, also with a conviction for possession of drug paraphernalia. In this case, you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney in that matter as well. You have a probation revocation and disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m., same time and date as in the previous case. You have a secured appearance bond in this second matter in the amount of $500. That's separate and apart from the bond in the first matter, all right? And the remainder of the release conditions are the same. So please make sure that you keep your paperwork and that you read and understand and follow your release conditions. Thank you. May I have Louisa Scheid?
Hi,
Hello. May I have your name and your date of birth?
Louisa Scheit, July 2nd, 1976.
Thank you. All right, so I have you here for a failure to appear warrant that is arising out of a case alleging one count of possession of dangerous drugs. The court has appointed an attorney to represent you, and you have a non-witness violation and possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible to be released in this case. Your release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Additional release conditions are going to be on your paperwork, so please make sure to follow all of them. They will include not possessing any weapons, any drugs without a prescription, any alcohol, not driving without a valid driver's license, and contacting your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Mark Romero.
Mark Romero. Mark. Wake up, before time.
May I have your name and date of birth?
Mark Antonio Romero, 11890.
Thank you. So I have you here on two matters. The first is a new matter. New allegations of possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony, and one count of theft, a class 1 misdemeanor. I am appointing an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have 3 hearings that are going to be set. You have a status hearing, which is on October 29th at 8:30 a.m., followed by an evidentiary hearing on October 30th at 1:30 p.m., and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. All of those dates and times are going to be written on your paperwork, so you don't feel like you have to memorize them. You are not eligible for release in this matter. The court notes that at the time of these new allegations, the alleged offense date is October 23rd, which is today's date. The court notes that you're on felony release in case CR 2025-139527. In that case, it looks like you are charged with possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You had your initial appearance date on October 1st, 2025. So given that this new offense date was after that initial appearance date, this court has no discretion, must follow Arizona law, and hold you non-bondable. Now, the evidentiary hearing that you have scheduled for October 30th, you and your attorney will be able to address the bond issue. In the second matter, you are here on an arrest warrant after a failure to appear for a case alleging possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. That was the case that I was just referencing.
They picked me up sitting in front of my sister's house. I was praying.
I am appointing an attorney to represent you in that second matter. Sir, just give me one moment, okay? You have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. as well. Those dates are going to be written down for you in your paperwork too. You are eligible for release in that matter. The court is setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, right? And again, you can discuss the no bond issue with your attorney at that evidentiary hearing. Thank you, sir. You can step to your left, make sure you get your paperwork. May I have Antonia Miller? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Antonia Miller, 10/5/1990.
Thank you. So I have you here for 4 separate matters. All right, they're all probation violations.
Isn't it 5?
I have 4.
Okay.
There could be 5, and something may have happened with the 5th one, but for today's purposes, all I have is 4. All right. So I am going to read them out by their CR number, so the criminal case number, and then we'll talk about release conditions as to each. But as to all 4, the court is going to appoint you an attorney to represent you in those probation violation matters, and the court is going to set a hearing. It's going to be the same for all 4, and it'll be on your paperwork. So it's a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m., right? So in your case, CR 2022-112219, you are eligible for release, all right? In that case, you're alleged to have violated terms 3 and 5, but like I said, you're eligible for release. The release conditions are as follows. A $100 secured bond amount, all right? If you post the bond, you're not to possess any weapons, any drugs without a prescription, any alcohol, not drive without a valid license, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours, all right? In CR 2024-103-324, this is your second matter that we have today. Your release conditions are as follows. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 in that case. The remainder of your release conditions are the same, all right? In CR 2023-130896, you're eligible for release. Your release conditions on this one include a $250 secured appearance bond, and again, the remainder of the release conditions are the same. And finally, in CR 2023-116436, you're eligible for release. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100 with the remainder of the release terms. So that means in total you have $700 in bond across the 4 cases, and the court dates and the specific bond amounts and release conditions for each corresponding case are going to be clearly written on your paperwork.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I have Alexis Orozco, please? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Alexis Orozco, 7/24/85.
Thank you. All All right, I have you here for one matter. That is a failure to appear arrest warrant that was issued out of the West Mesa Justice Court, okay?
I just found that out.
And that is on a case involving one count of driving on a suspended license, right? You are eligible for release. You have an arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. That's at the West Mesa Justice Court. When the warrant was issued, the justice out at West Mesa requested a bond in the amount of $500. This court, for purposes of today, is affirming West Mesa's request, and so your release conditions include a $500 secured appearance bond, okay? Other important terms of release are going to be on your paperwork, but one very important one is don't drive without a valid license, all right?
Yeah, the car isn't even around, so that's all good. Is there any way to like take into account with them like that they had a Tempe address that I grew up at that I haven't lived at in well over like more than a decade? The officer let me know, and that's why I didn't even know about it until they showed up.
So you'll be able to address that possibly whenever you have your first hearing, which is in just a couple of days, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Delora Lopez. May I have your name and date of birth?
Delora Lopez, 12/7/95.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Lopez, I have you here on one matter, all right? It is an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed by the county attorney's office. That direct complaint is for one charge of aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony. I am appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release in this matter. I know that you may have a hold otherwise, but in this matter, you're eligible for release. Your terms of release include a $5,000 secured appearance bond, no contact with the alleged victim, and there are a series of other release conditions that you'll want to read and familiarize yourself in case you are released, okay?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I have Antonio Sebastian?
Antonio, basket. What? It's quarter time. Everybody needs to wake up. Antonio.
Hello.
Hello. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Antonio Sebastian, July 16th, 1989.
Mr. Sebastian, I have you here on one matter today. That's a failure to appear warrant that was issued out of Pinal County. That was on a case with one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Your next hearing is an arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. When Pinal County issued the warrant, they requested a $500 secured appearance bond. For purposes of today's hearing, this court is going to affirm the bond requested by Pinal County. So your release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. No contact with any alleged victims, any witnesses, any arresting officers, no weapons, no drugs without a prescription. Typically, This court would not appoint you, I would not be able to appoint you, a court-appointed attorney to represent you given the nature of these charges. However, because this court is imposing a bond, the court is also going to appoint an attorney for you to address the bond issue only. All right? So you should have an attorney that you'll speak with at or just prior to your arraignment hearing. Again, that's on October 28th, that date, and your release conditions will be in your paperwork. Thank you. May I have Paul Gilday? Paul? That's a full name there? I don't have a name. Oh, there it is. All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
10/5/89, Paul Gilday.
Okay. So I have you here on 4 matters. I'm going to go one by one, okay? The first matter is a new case. There's allegations of 4 new offenses, including burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony, possession of burglary tools, a Class 6 felony, criminal trespass, a Class 2 misdemeanor, and possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. The court is finding probable cause as to all the allegations except for the possession of narcotic drugs. That doesn't mean that it won't later be added or charged, but for today, I'm not finding probable causes to that. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release. Your release terms include the following. The court is imposing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you post bond and are released, you'll be released to pretrial services. You are not to return to the scene of the crime, have any contact with any victims, witnesses, complainants, or arresting officers. You are not to have any contact with any co-defendant. No drugs without a valid prescription. And again, just make sure that you read through all of those release conditions. Your second matter today is a probation violation matter, and you're going to have to just hang on for 1 second. My computer is loading. All right. It looks like you're on probation in 3 separate cases, right? A term 1 violation, just term 1 means, says no new charges, and you're alleged to have committed that new allegation on October 23rd. So in each of your probation matters, they are violating you based on violation of term 1, but I'm going to go through them by case number, okay? So in CR 2024-152930, I am appointing you an attorney. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. Terms of release in that case include a $1,000 secured appearance bond, as well as other release conditions, so make sure you read your paperwork. In CR 2024-144843, again, the allegation of a term 1 violation of your probation. In that case, I am appointing you an attorney. You'll have your probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on the same date. It's the first probation violation matter. That's October 30th at 8:30 a.m. In this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000, along with additional terms of release. And in your final matter, you have a probation violation in CR 2024-007598. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. I'm setting a hearing for probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. The court is imposing a $1,000 secured appearance bond along with additional terms of release. So I know that that was a lot. Your paperwork is going to list out all 4 of those matters. So you'll be able to see the different court dates. All 3 of the probation revocation matters will have the same court date. The new allegations will have separate court dates. And your paperwork will also reflect all of the bonds and release conditions for each matter. Thank you. We have Uriel Romero.
Hello.
Hello. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Yuri Romero, June 20th, 1998.
Okay. So I have you here on one matter. This is a failure to appear arrest warrant that was issued on a case. The case has 2 charges, one for possession of narcotic drugs and one for possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you, and you have a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release, and your release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. There are other release conditions, including no weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no driving without a driver's license. So please make sure to review your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse King. Is it okay to get her to the other calendar? May I have your name and date of birth?
Jesse King, October 28th, 1990.
Thank you so much. All right, you are here on one matter. You have an arrest warrant on a direct complaint that the county attorney's office filed. Includes 1 charge of possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a status conference on October 29th and a preliminary hearing on October 31st. Both of those are at 8:30 a.m. downtown. You're eligible for release. Your release conditions include the following. The court's imposing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250, right? You do have other release terms, including not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a license, but make sure that you really review the entire list of release conditions.
I live in that home. That's my house. How am I not supposed to?
Hold on. Okay. Just, all right, so when I had imposed that term, it was based on the location of where you were picked up on the arrest warrant. So I am deleting that term, okay? So there's no prohibition that you not return to the scene of the crime.
Okay, I was confused. Thank you.
Okay. Will you reprint that for me? I'm so sorry. All right, thank you.
And I have to pay $250 to get out?
Well, it's a secured appearance bond, so typically that means 20%, and yeah. So typically, my understanding of a secured appearance bond is 20%. I don't know, if that applies, if there's a minimum amount that has to be imposed before that applies, but that's my understanding.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Siobhan Lyons. Mr. Lyons, I apologize. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and take a seat. I just have a few things to address with this paperwork. I'll recall you, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Deputy. May I have Marley Jasso, please? All right, may I have your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Miley Renee Hasso, 12/13/1993.
Thank you. So I have you here on a probation violation matter. That's for a case involving a conviction for possession of narcotic drugs. You're alleged to have violated Term 5 of that probation. The court is appointing you an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. Your terms include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150. Other terms include no weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no alcohol, no driving without a license. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Delia Ramirez. May I have your name and date of birth?
Delia Ramirez, and 4/1/1976.
Thank you so much. You're here on one matter, failure to appear arrest warrant for a case with one charge of possession of dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. Your next hearing is a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st, also at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. Your release terms include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Other terms include no weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no driving without a license, and a few other miscellaneous release terms, so please make sure that you read the entire list and abide by them. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks.
Louis Hoffman. Come in. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Excuse me?
Could I have your name and date of birth?
Louis Hoffman, 7/29/1969.
Okay. Mr. Hoffman, I have you here on one matter. That is a probation violation matter, and that's for the case involving a conviction for possession of dangerous drugs. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, 5, and 7. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release. Your terms of release include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a license. Please make sure to review all of the release terms, and your paperwork is ready for you to your left.
Yeah.
What's that?
Your paperwork, come on. No, you're fine, you're done.
Fernando Cruz. Hello. May I have your name and date of birth?
Fernando Cruz, 11/8/1982.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz, you're here on one matter. It is a probation violation matter. It's on your case with the conviction of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. You're alleged to have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation. The court has appointed an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release in this matter. Your release terms include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Other terms include no weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no alcohol, no driving without a driver's license. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
Thank you. Jesus Placencia Peña.
Place every Saturday and
For Mr. Placencia. Hello, would the interpreter please announce?
Good evening. My name is Marta, ID 207480. Ready to help you.
Okay, just one moment, Madam Interpreter.
Certainly.
Okay. All right, Madam Interpreter, we do not have simultaneous interpretation available to us today, so it will have to be relay interpretation.
Very good.
All right. Sir, may I have your name and date of birth?
Jesús Placencia
Señor, ¿me
Peña.
das tu nombre? Oh, he understood a little bit.
All right. Would you would you ask Mr. Placencia Peña if he requires the assistance of an interpreter?
Señor Placencia Peña, ¿usted necesita la ayuda de una intérprete?
Sí.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to ask you, you may understand some of what I say, but just hold off before you answer and let the interpreter do a full interpretation. Please.
Señor, tal vez usted algo de lo que yo digo, pero yo le pido que por favor espere a que la intérprete interprete lo que yo digo para dar su respuesta.
Okay.
So what is your name and date of birth?
¿Cuál es su nombre y apellido?
Jesús Placencia Peña, julio 2, 1979.
Okay. Jesus Placencia Peña, July 2nd, 1979.
Okay. You are here on one matter. That is give me just 1 second, Madam Interpreter. You're here on one matter. That includes allegations of 2 offenses. One is driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. And the second is possession of dangerous drugs, which is a Class 6 felony.
Sí, mire, señor, usted está aquí por 2 asuntos. La primera es manejar con una licencia de conducir suspendida, que es un delito menor de la clase 1. La segunda es tenencia de estupefacientes peligrosos, eso es un delito de la clase 6.
Okay. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in this case, and I'm setting a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. I'm sorry, a status conference on November 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary witness on November 10th at 8:30 a.m.
November 10th at 10:30 a.m., you said?
November 10th at 8:30 a.m.
8:30. Señor, estoy nombrando un representante legal, un abogado, para que lo represente. Hay dos comparecencias. La primera es una conferencia de estatus el 6 de noviembre a las 8:30 de la mañana y la segunda es testimonio preliminar el 10 de noviembre también a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You're eligible for release. The court is releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services.
Usted reúne los requisitos para que se le ponga en libertad, pero se le está poniendo a usted en libertad bajo la vigilancia de los servicios judiciales que se otorgan antes de un juicio, pretrial services.
The court is not imposing any bond in your matter, but you must comply with the requirements of pretrial services. You'll receive an envelope of information that will explain to you how you do that.
Sí, mire, señor, no le estamos imponiendo una fianza en este asunto, pero usted tiene que cumplir con los requisitos que le imponga el servicio que va a tomar su caso de pretrial services, se llama en inglés, y le van a dar un sobre. Ese sobre contiene información donde le explican exactamente cuáles son los requisitos que usted tiene que cumplir.
You will have other terms of release, including no drugs without a valid prescription and no driving without a valid driver's license.
Tiene ciertas restricciones también para ponerlo en libertad. Estos son los términos. Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de droga sin tener una prescripción válida. Además, usted no puede manejar sin tener una licencia de conducir vigente.
Your paperwork will include, will list your court dates. Make sure that you attend those. And again, make sure that you review your paperwork and you comply with all of your release terms. Thank you.
Gracias, señor. Mire, toda la documentación, el papeleo que le vamos a dar incluye lo siguiente. Van a aparecer las fechas de los días que tiene que comparecer en el juzgado, en corte. Asegúrese de leer detenidamente cuáles son los términos y tiene además no solamente que leer los términos y cumplir con los términos que se le especifican.
Thank you. And Madam Interpreter, thank you. I think that we're all. Thank you.
Yo.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Probably. Yeah.
All right. Deputy, will you approach really quick? I just want to ask you something.
Absolutely.
Thank you. May I have Trevon Lyons, please? All right. May I have your name and date of birth, please?
Trayvon Lyons, August 17th, 1995.
Okay. Mr. Lyons, I have you here on one matter. That is a warrantless probation violation.
A warrantless?
Yes. That just means that your probation officer decided to violate you on the spot, basically, rather than file it and issue a warrant for your arrest. So it's just a procedural, it's a sort of an exigent circumstances procedural right that they have, and we call it a warrantless violation. All right. So give me just 1 second, Mr. Lyons. All right, so I'm just going to start over, okay? Not from the very beginning, but you're here on one matter. It is a probation violation. You are alleged to have violated terms 5 and 15 of your probation. I am appointing an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition pursuant to a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m., right? You are not bailable as a matter of rights in this case. Pursuant to Criminal Rules 27.6, 27.7, and 7.2c, the court having found that you will, in all reasonable probability, receive some sentence of incarceration due to this violation, is holding you without bail. Because of that, you have, there are no release conditions because you're being held. But keep in mind that your first hearing, and you do have an attorney appointed to represent you at that hearing, is in less than a week, right? So you can address all issues, including the bond issue, with your attorney and with your probation judge. Okay, thank you.
I do have an attorney, Jessica Hall, and which I was appointed her.
Yes, so I see here that she is listed as the attorney that will be appointed for your probation violation matter. Okay, thank you. Stephen Bagley. All right. May I have your name and date of birth?
Stephen Bagley, 03/16/86.
Okay. So I have you here on one matter. It is a probation violation. You are alleged to have violated terms 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 14 and 15 of your probation. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation and possible disposition hearing scheduled for October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release, and your release terms include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000, right? Other terms of release include no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a license. You must contact your probation officer within 72 hours, and, you know, of course, attend your court date.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there any way to reduce that bond? I've always came in here. I've never been a flight risk. I knew about my warrant, and I even came in and still handled it. Is there any way to reduce that or no?
So, in determining a bond, the court has to weigh a lot of different considerations, including the seriousness of the underlying conviction.
Yes, ma'am.
Along with the sheer number of alleged violations, you know, the court's obligation to protect any past victims in the community, but I also weigh that against everything else, including what you just mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is why the bond amount, even though there are so many alleged violations, is not higher than $5,000. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, may I have Pedro Khan? Are you okay?
Yeah.
All right. May I have your name and date of birth?
Pedro and Cons, 9458.
So I have you here on two separate matters, all right? They're both probation violation matters, okay? So the first matter is in CR 2012-12221. You're alleged to have violated terms 4, 7, 14, and 15 in that case, okay, and the probation on that case. I have appointed an attorney to represent you. You have a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing on October 30th. You are eligible for release, and your terms of release are as follows. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750, right? Other terms of release are also very important. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no driving without a license, and contact your probation officer within 72 hours. In your second matter, you are alleged to have violated your probation in case CR 2020-136365. In that matter, you are alleged to have violated terms 4, 7, 14, and 15. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have the same date set in that matter. So probation, revocation, arraignment, and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You're eligible for release in this matter as well. In terms of your release, include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. And the remainder of the release conditions in the first case apply in this case as well. All right?
Okay, so that's $1,500?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And then, Deputy, could we have those three cleared out, and then we'll just finish up the calendar.
Your Honor, would it be okay if we recalled 27?
Oh my gosh. I am so sorry, Mr. Garcia.
No,
yes. I hope that you haven't been waiting for too long.
No, it's totally okay, Your Honor.
Okay, so on number 27, I'm sorry, would you renew your request?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Stephen Garcia on behalf of the state, we're asking if the court can seal the Form 4. I have spoken to the defense attorney, Mr. Feldman, and he does not object to sealing the Form 4. Your Honor, our understanding is that there is still one outstanding suspect, and which would make this an ongoing investigation, and we would not want to compromise the investigation.
Okay, and so Mr. Garcia, I certainly accept your avowal that you spoke with Mr. Feldman. Thank you, by the way, for doing that.
Sure.
So based on agreement of the parties and good cause necessitating, the court will grant the state's motion. So we will seal that. Thank you so much for waiting, Mr. Garcia.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you for recalling it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. May I please have Stephen Harris? Mr. Harris, may I have your name and date of birth?
Stephen Harris, 3/12/71.
Okay. I have you here on one matter. All right, so I have you here for a Superior Court grand jury warrant. That's on an indictment of one count of child sex trafficking, a Class 2 felony. The court is appointing an attorney to represent you in this matter, and you have a arraignment hearing on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. You are eligible for release in this matter. Your release conditions are as follows. The court is imposing a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. If you post that bond and are released from jail, you will be released to pretrial services, and you shall not be released from jail until an electronic monitoring unit has been installed on you. After installation, you may only leave your home during the hours approved by your pretrial officer. Other conditions of release include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with the alleged victim or victims, no physical contact with any alleged victims, no contact with any complainants or witnesses, no contact with the arresting officers, no contact with any minors. You're prohibited from accessing the internet through any electronic means, no weapons, no drugs without a prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You must continue to provide the court with proof of your local address, and you must submit to DNA testing at the arresting police department, as well as a 10-print fingerprint. Your paperwork will include your arraignment date and the entire list of all of those release conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to take them back and then I'll come to you for that.
No. Do you mind just waiting for a quick second and I'll have her, I'm sorry about that. I don't know how to do that. Oh, sorry. That was on outed? Okay.
I believe it's go to IA details.
Okay. Oh, here's. Would I go to Form 4?
I have. Let me just refresh my memory really quick.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
All right, so Deputy, really quick, I'm just going to go on the record on Naya Gamble, which is number 11 and 34 on the calendar. Why was Naya Gamble not transported?
Unable to function in GP, she's combative.
Okay. So the court will make a finding that Naya Gamble is either danger to herself or others. For that reason, she was not transported into the courtroom, and I will do her initial appearances in-house. She is here on two matters. The first matter is one new allegation of burglary in the third degree, a class 4 felony. I am appointing an attorney. She has a status conference on October 29th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on October 31st at 8:30 a.m. She's eligible for release. Her release conditions include a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500 and pretrial services if she postponed and is released, not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with the victim, witness, complainant, officers, and the remainder of the conditions that will be on her paperwork. Her second matter is a probation violation. In CR 2023-101846, she's alleged to have violated Term 1 of her probation in that CR number. The court is appointing an attorney in this matter. She has a probation revocation arraignment and possible disposition on October 30th at 8:30 a.m. She's eligible for release. Her release conditions include a $1,500 secured appearance bond with the remaining release conditions on her release paperwork. I will see her right now. If I change anything It will do so in writing, and the paperwork will reflect this court's final orders. And with that, we will go off the record for the 8 p.m. calendar. Thank you. You may be seated. Good evening. This is the time set for the 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar on October 23rd, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. I'll call you each one at a time to the podium. I'll provide a second name to sit in the chair outside of this room. I will let you know what you are here for, if I have appointed an attorney, if you have a bond, and what your release conditions are. If we could start with Mr. Medina to the podium and Mr. Gayton to the chair, please. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yes, my name is Percy Franklin Medina. I was born October 11th, 1962.
Thank you. You are here today on a warrant that was issued from Pima County Superior Court with allegations that you have violated your probation. And based on that, a warrant issued on September 29th, 2025. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in that case, and I'm going to set an arraignment hearing October 28th at 8:30 a.m. That will take place in the Pima County Superior Court.
They are holding you non-bondable on this case, so you will remain in custody and they will transport you to that hearing in Pima County. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I was told that was for criminal damage.
That is the underlying charge. It's a criminal damage offense in 2021, and they've indicated you were placed on probation for that criminal damage offense, and they've alleged that you violated the probation.
Oh, okay, because supposedly I was told my probation was transferred from Pima County to Maricopa County, and my probation officer's name is Amy Mitchell. She's an Oriental lady.
It's possible that Maricopa County was supervising you on behalf of Pima County, but the probation was still out of Pima County, and it's probation department in Pima County that has indicated you violated your probation. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Can I have Mr. Gayton to the podium? And officers, did we get Miss Miranda in here yet? Thank you. Can I have Miss Miranda to the chair, please? May I get your name and date of birth?
Dominic Gaitan, September 30th, 2003.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on two cases. You're here on some new charges as well as your probation case. Your new charges do involve one count of dangerous drug possession for sale, a Class 3 felony, one count of narcotic drug possession for sale, a Class 3 felony, one count of transporting narcotic drugs, a Class 3 felony, one count of illegal control of enterprise, a Class 3 felony, one count of money laundering, a Class 3 felony, one count of conspiracy, a Class 3 felony, and one count of transporting dangerous drugs, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You are going to have a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. Those are both going to be in the downtown Superior Courthouse. You do have a cash bond of $150,000 in your new case. In the event bond is posted, you'll be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. However, you are here on a second case. You are currently on probation, and because you were on probation at the time of this offense, you are, it is a Term 1 violation, so I'm going to appoint an attorney in that case, and you're going to have a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. So between your two cases, you have 3 hearings coming up. In your probation case, you are being held non-bondable. So although you have a bond on the first case, even if you were to post it, you would not be eligible to be released until at least your probation revocation hearing on October 30th at 8:30. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so step to your left, officer. We'll get you that paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Miranda to the podium, Mr. Mendoza to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Angelica Maria French, 1/3/77.
Thank you, ma'am. And did you previously go by a last name of Miranda?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you're here on a warrant from Pinal County. I do note that you were previously seen by this court on the 8 p.m. calendar. It looks like an additional warrant from Pinal County was provided, and so I'm going to provide you with that information. It does look like you are here on a probation violation, and as a result of that, a warrant issued for your arrest out of Pinal County on February 26, 2020. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting an arraignment hearing in Pinal County on October 28th at 8:30. In this case, they are holding you non-bondable. So although you may have been given bonds at the 8 p.m. hearing, you will not be released even if those are posted until you see the judge in Pinal County on this probation violation warrant. All of this will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
I think that my court dates are contradicting.
Are they the same dates for Maricopa County?
I believe so.
It looks like your Maricopa County hearings are October 29th and October 31st, and your Pinal County hearings are both
This one right here says an arraignment hearing on October 28th at 8:30.
Correct. That should be in Pinal County,
Okay,
so it's the
that's
same
Pinal.
date and time as this one.
Okay.
Anything further, ma'am?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, that's it.
Okay, so step to your left, officer. We'll get you that paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mendoza to the podium and Mr. Green to the chair, please. Yes. May I please get your name and date of birth?
Jesus Mendoza, March 28, 2006.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new case.
Okay.
It is for one count of narcotic drug possession for sale, Class 3 felony, one count of transporting narcotic drugs and or selling, a Class 3 felony, one count of illegal control of enterprise, a Class 3 felony, and one count of conspiracy, a Class 3 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
You're going to have a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Courthouse. You have a cash bond of $75,000. In the event you post that bond, you will be released to the pretrial services and equipped with an electronic monitoring before you are released. You also have written conditions of release you need to comply with. You may not possess any weapons, and you may not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
That'll be it.
I'm sorry?
I'm okay.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Green to the podium. Ms. Warner to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
James Green, 3/10/1952.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a new case. It is for 6 counts of criminal damage, a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of stalking, a Class 5 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. I am going to give you a couple of hearings. You're going to have a status conference, October 29th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. Those are both going to take place in our downtown Superior Courthouse. I have reviewed the allegations in this case, along with the victim statements that have been provided. And after reviewing those, I am setting a secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. You will also have written conditions of release. You're not to return to the scene of any alleged crime. You're not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess any weapons, and I'm also cautioning you that because there is a victim in this case, and I am ordering that you have no contact with that victim, if you violate this, that could be constituted as aggravated harassment, a Class 6 felony, and you would be held non-bondable if you were picked up on that charge. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Well, no, but I'd just like to say that this is a vengeance thing on the victim's part against my son and I. My son was with this woman for 10 years, and she has been hiding his son from him, and he's...
Sir, so we're not here to talk about any custody cases that may be going on. Do you have any questions regarding your release conditions?
Well, I can't afford a bond.
Okay, so if you don't post the bond, then you'll remain in custody, and they'll transport you to your hearings.
Okay.
All right, take a step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork. Ms. Warner to the podium, Mr. Valenzuela to the chair. Let me get your name and date of birth.
Amber Warner, April 4th, 1996.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of threat, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You're going to have a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Courthouse. You have a secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any weapons. All of this will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Valenzuela to the podium, Mr. Bechtold to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Jose Valenzuela, 11/29/96.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on 3 cases. They're all failure to appear bench warrants that were issued for you. It looks like all 3 of them involve pending drug charges. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you in these cases and set a status conference October 29th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500 in each case. That's a total bond of $7,500. In the event you do post bond, you have written conditions of release. Some of those things include not possessing weapons and not possessing drugs without a valid prescription. Are you currently in custody on anything else?
No.
Okay, so just these 3 warrants?
Paraphernalia charge right now. That's what I'm here for right now.
And do you have a bond on that?
No.
Okay. So if you don't, are you serving time on it?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's your expected release date?
They said 20 days, so like November something.
Okay. So since you're currently serving time, even if you were to post these bonds, you wouldn't be released because you're serving time on the other case. So you may want to hold off on posting bond until you meet with your attorney on October 29th and discuss how to move forward, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Mr. Bechtold to the podium and Mr. Alvarez to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
James Bechtold, April 28th, 1963.
Thank you, sir. You are here on a probation case with allegations you violated terms 12 and 16 of your probation. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you and set a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30 in the morning. You have a cash bond of $5,000. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and you also need to ensure you contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. Okay. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go step to your left. The officer will get you that paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez to the podium, Mr. Sandoval to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Rodolfo Alvarez, August 17, 1991.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a new case. It is for 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession or use of a weapon in a drug offense, Class 4 felony, and 1 count of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you post that bond, you have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons, and you may not possess drugs without a valid prescription. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
How much am I allowed for bond?
You have a secured appearance bond of $5,000.
Okay.
Anything further?
That's all.
Okay, if you'll take a step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sandoval to the podium, Mr. Romero to the chair.
Right over here.
May I get your name and date of birth?
Luis Sandoval. My date of birth is 11/13/1978.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant that was issued. You have pending drug charges and you missed a hearing. I'm going to affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And then you'll need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear at any of them, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit any bond you posted. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No.
Okay, so step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you. Thomas Romero to the podium. Tori Swarthek to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Thomas Romero, April 23rd, 2002.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here today on a new case. It is for 1 count of aggravated assault on a first responder, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, and one count of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Sir.
Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference October 29th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $2,500. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. All of this will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions, sir?
No.
If you'll please step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Tori to the podium. Stephen Rubin to the chair. May I get your name and date of birth?
Yeah, Tori Sorchak, August 8th, 93.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here today on 4 cases. They are all probation violation warrants with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250 in 2 cases, a $500 bond in 1, and $100 in the 4th. It's a total bond between all the cases of $1,100. In the event that bond is posted, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this will be in your paperwork. Did you have any questions? Okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, ma'am. Stephen Rubin to the podium. Univa Carrillo to the chair.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening. May I get your name and date of birth?
Steve Rubin, January 12th, 1956.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on 5 cases. 4 of them are warrants. 1 is a new case. Your new case is for 1 count of animal neglect or abandonment, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Your other 4 cases are all warrants from the West Mesa Justice Court, and your new charges are also out of the West Mesa Justice Court. The first warrant relates to 1 count of a dog at large and 1 count of an assault by a vicious animal. That has an offense date of January 29th, 2025, and you failed to appear at a hearing. Your next one has an offense date of March 5th, 2025 for 1 count of assault by a vicious animal and 1 count of aggressive dog and failure to contain. Failed to appear at a hearing. The third warrant is for an offense date of March 19th, 2025 for 1 count dog at large, 1 count of assault by a vicious animal. You failed to appear at that hearing. And the last warrant has an offense date of July 9th, 2025 for 1 count of dog at large and 1 count of assault by a vicious animal. I'm going to appoint an attorney in all of your cases and set an arraignment hearing October 28th at 8:30 in the West Mesa Justice Court. All of your hearings are, well, it's 1 hearing, all of your cases are at the West Mesa Justice Court. You have a secured appearance bond of $250 in each case for a total of $1,000. In the event you do post that bond, you have written conditions of release. It does include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and you may not possess any animals. You'll also need to ensure you attend that hearing. If you fail to appear at it, a warrant will issue and you forfeit your bond. If you don't post bond, you'll remain in custody and they'll transport you to that hearing. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, and thank you very
Thank you, sir. If you'll
much.
step to your left.
When was the thing with the dogs?
Well, they all involve a dog, and they range from January 29th, 2025 to just when you were arrested yesterday or earlier today.
Did I say something, please?
I ask that you don't talk about the facts of the case, but if you have any questions, you may do so.
I have an attorney then. Thank you
Okay.
so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Have a nice evening.
You too. Ms. Carrillo to the podium, Mr. Guzman to the chair. And get your name and date of birth.
Univa Lopez Carrillo, 11/21/92.
Thank you, ma'am. It does look like you are here on a failure to appear bench warrant. It does look like it relates to a pending narcotic drug charge. I'll affirm the attorney previously appointed to represent you and set a status conference October 29th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. Some of those include not possessing any drugs without a valid prescription, not driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, and then you'll need to ensure that you attend all of your future hearings. If you fail to appear, another warrant would issue and you'd forfeit any bonds you posted. Did you have any questions, ma'am? Okay, just up to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Guzman to the podium, Ms. McGraw to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
It's Hector Armando Guzman, July 8, 1983.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250. In the event that bond is posted, you have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All of that will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
I was seeing my probation. I don't know how I got violated, and then I found out that I had a different probation officer, which I didn't know that I got changed.
So the allegations are that you were in custody and you failed to report from your release from custody you had 72 hours to contact them from August 8th of 2025, and you failed to do so. And they have been attempting to reach you since that time and have been unsuccessful. And as a result of that, this warrant issued. Anything further, sir?
That's it, ma'am.
Appreciate it. If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Ms. McGraw to the podium and Mr. Proctor to the chair, please. May I get your name and date of birth?
Mary McGraw, 9/29/1980.
Thank you, ma'am. You are here on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I'm appointing an attorney and setting a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250. In the event you post that bond, you have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this will be in your paperwork, ma'am. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Proctor to the podium. Mr. Bean to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Christopher Proctor, March 13th, 1991.
Thank you, sir. You are here on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 6, 11, 12, 14, 15, and 22. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond of $250. In the event you post that bond, you have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of that will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, I don't know.
Okay, if you will step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bean to the podium, Mr. Davis to the chair. Can I get your name and date of birth?
Royce Bean, 8/27/77, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You are here today on a probation violation warrant with allegations you violated terms 3, 4, 5, 7, and 15. I am appointing an attorney to represent you and setting a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. In the event you post that bond, you do have written conditions of release. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, you read off terms of violations. What was the violations? Because from what I understood when I was released, that I just had to call once a month on the first of every Tuesday. For like 2 months, I didn't get a call back. And plus, when I went down there to Sunny Slope, they told me that I just couldn't pop up and report. I had to have an appointment. So I don't know the allegations of the charges that was violated. So can you explain that to me?
Sure, and you'll get a copy of this when you meet with your attorney. But what the allegations are at this time, allegation number 3, or term number 3, is that you did not report as directed on June 3rd, 2025, and you failed to report to the Adult Probation Department within 72 hours of release on May 3rd, 2025. Term 4, You refuse to actively participate and cooperate in substance abuse counseling or assistance at Crossroads as determined by the Adult Probation Department. Term number 5 is you did not reside at a residence approved by the Adult Probation Department and your whereabouts have been unknown since May of 2025. Number 7 is you failed to provide a drug test on May 14th, 2025. And number 15 is you did not enroll in substance abuse treatment through Crossroads on May 21st. So those are the allegations that have been provided by your probation officer.
Okay.
Okay, just up to your left, officer will get you that paperwork, sir. Mr. Davis to the podium. Good evening. May I get your name and date of birth?
I'm sorry, so my hearing's bad.
Okay, would you like some headphones so you could hear better?
Yes, that would be outstanding.
One moment.
Tendonitis from the Air Force.
Is that better?
Better.
Okay. So you're here today,
I'm not, can,
and if you put it close to the microphone, officer, it might make a lot of noise.
I just turned it on.
Is that better, sir?
Still can't hear.
Does that help? Can you hear me now? Let's try a different one.
What channel? One, right?
Yeah, one. Can you hear me? All right, perfect. You were here today based on a warrant that was issued from the state of Texas. It does indicate that the underlying offense was for dangerous drugs. They have indicated that they want to extradite you back to Texas regarding these charges. Did you get an opportunity to review that laminated card that was given to you?
Not much of an opportunity.
Okay,
I just gave it a sec. They just gave it to me a minute ago.
We're going to go over your options. Do you need more time to read that?
No, ma'am. I'd just like to go over the options, see what options I have.
Okay. So as I mentioned, Texas wants to pick you up related to these charges. So your first option is you can say, yes, Texas, I'm ready to be taken back to Texas to resolve these charges. If you were to do that, you would be held here in the Maricopa County Jail for up to 30 days to give them an opportunity to come pick you up. You would be held here non-bondable. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you don't have any other pending cases here in the state of Arizona. If you had any other cases pending, then the 30 days would not start until the conclusion of those cases.
Okay.
Your second option is you can demand that the governor of Arizona and the governor of Texas sign a governor's warrant before you are ordered to go back to Texas. If you were to choose to do that, I would set a hearing here in Maricopa County, November 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That hearing is civil in nature, meaning I could not appoint an attorney to represent you, but you could hire one at your own expense. That process takes about 60 to 90 days. And you would have a right to bond. Your bond in that case would be $100,000. It is secure. If you posted that bond, you'd have release conditions, and then you would need to ensure you attended the hearings here. Otherwise, if you failed to appear, a warrant would issue here. The warrant would still be valid in Texas, and then you'd forfeit any bond you posted. Knowing those options, do you know what you would like to do here today?
I just heard about this, just when I got arrested. I didn't know that this warrant was out of Texas. I've been in Phoenix for 5 years, and a van just got stolen on Friday, and that's when I signed an affidavit for I guess, to convict the person that had stole the van. My problem is I have so many unfinished businesses here that I can't just leave. I have a dog now in my apartment that's just so dear to me. And I don't have any other cases here. I'm willing to go back and answer these charges. I'm not sure what they're for, what they're from. Because if I stay in here, I also have a Harley Davidson. I have a van in your impound lot that needs to be picked up. I need to make arrangements for my dog to do something with him. And can I request that the governor of Texas, what you mentioned, sign the
governor's
paper?
warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so what I'll do in that case is I'll go ahead and set a hearing here on November 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm affirming the secured appearance bond that was set by the Texas court of $100,000. In the event you post that bond, you have written conditions of release. You may not possess drugs without a valid prescription. You may not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And as I mentioned, just make sure you go to all of your hearings. If you fail to appear, you'd get a warrant here. You'd have a warrant in Texas, and you'd forfeit your bond, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you'll take a seat in the gallery, hand the headphones to the officers on your way out, and we'll get you that paperwork.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And then I will do our last one once we have an opportunity to clear the courtroom. Okay. Can I have Mr. Askin to the podium?
Good evening, Your Honor.
May I please get your name and date of birth?
Mabula Afghan, April 25th, 1992, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. It does look like you are here on 3 cases. Your first one is a new case. The other 2 are your probation cases. Your new charges are for 1 count of attempted sexual assault, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, 1 count of burglary, a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent you. Because you're on probation in 2 cases, when you're picked up for a new offense, that is a Term 1 violation. So I'm going to appoint an attorney in those cases as well. You're going to have a status conference October 29th at 8:30, a probation revocation hearing October 30th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. On your new charges, you have a cash bond of $100,000. In the event you post that bond, you will be released to the supervision of pretrial services and equipped with electronic monitoring. In each of your probation cases, you have a bond of $2,500. It's a total bond of $105,000. You have written conditions of release. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You may not possess weapons or alcohol, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of release. All of this will be in your paperwork, sir. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you'll step to your left, the officer will get you that paperwork. The 2 remaining cases will proceed as house calls due to being a danger to self or a danger to others. Case number 7, Jose Flores, date of birth July 23rd, 1984, is here on a new case for 1 count of obstructing government operations, a Class 5 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference on November 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on November 10th at 8:30. I am releasing him on his own recognizance, that is his promise to appear. He does have written conditions of release that will include not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. Case number 16, Adrian Moreno, date of birth November 10th, 1988, is here on a new case for one count of child abuse, a Class 3 felony, and one count of reckless driving, a Class 2 misdemeanor. Probable cause has been found, and I'm appointing an attorney to represent him. He will have a status conference October 29th at 8:30, preliminary hearing October 31st at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond of $25,000. In the event bond is posted, he has written conditions of release. He may not return to the scene of the alleged crime, no contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, and he may not possess any weapons. All of this will be included in his paperwork. If anything changes after I meet with these parties, I will update the written record. This does conclude our 11 p.m. calendar, and we will now stand in recess until 2 a.m.